Hello, welcome to the January 10th, 2025 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Undo, and I'm the host of the livestream today. If you have not attended a livestream before, how it works is you could ask questions in advance by sending an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de, or simply ask your questions in the live chat field. We'll go through all the questions chronologically as asked. If you don't see an immediate response to your question, we will go through all the questions chronologically. And we may be behind, so if you don't see an immediate response, realize that we will get through all the questions, but it may take a little bit, so if we could avoid asking the same questions repeatedly, that would be appreciated. When asking questions, if you could specify which level of Cubase you have, so if it's Cubase 12, 13, 14, which version, if it is Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro, or other Steinberg programs, and also which operating system you're on. That information could be helpful. We should have an index of all the topics covered in today's live stream pinned to the top with timestamps. Several hours after the live streams, I'll take a quick dinner break, and then I will work on the index. And if you wanted to search for index of previous live streams, I think we're past 36,000 topics, you can go to cubaseindex.com. And we want to thank Jan for creating that website for the benefit of the Steinberg community. We have two people that serve as moderators on the live stream, so we want to give special thanks to Jazz Dude and Agent K. They're not Steinberg employees. They do this out of the goodness of their hearts to be helpful and make it a better community experience. We also want to give special thanks to Jazz Dude for his work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord site. It's a great resource of information for Steinberg users. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work with Yamaha Corporation of America, and I primarily focus on Steinberg products. And I'm the host today. I'm presenting from outside of Washington, D.C. area in the United States, where it's still a bit snowy from an earlier snowstorm this week. And if you are watching this live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. We'll just give I have lots of friends that have been affected by the wildfires in Los Angeles area. So I just wanted to send out, letting people in the Los Angeles area know that you are in our thoughts, and we hope that everyone is staying as safe as possible. I've had several friends lose their homes. It's really tragic. So if we keep that in our thoughts to send positive vibes their way. And with that, we will go ahead and get started. All right, first question from Saturn's Outer Ring. Greg, has it become any easier to sync recorded material, drums, acoustic guitar with the tempo/grid in Cubase 14? So it could be, I think it's pretty simple as it is. It's kind of like a two-step process, maybe 3 steps. So let's say if we had a track that was recorded not to any form of a click track. So we hear the click track, and we hear that this track has no correlation to that click. What I could do is I'm going to select the event. We will go to our project, and I'll do a tempo detection. We'll analyze. And what we want to do is to find kind of the downbeat. All right, so and we're going to just come over here, and we're going to define where our downbeat is. So we'll say this is and we're going to be in 4/4 in this song. So now we've synchronized the grid to the actual recorded material. So as we're kind of just listening to it. Now, if I wanted this material to conform to a different recording, to a different tempo, I would go to my audio, and we'll say advanced, and we will say set definition from tempo. And now whatever tempo I type in, so let's say we're roughly 134. So I'm going to just turn my tempo map off and say, okay, let's go and have this play perfectly at 132 beats a minute. Now the audio is going to stretch every single beat to play back at our perfect tempo. If I want this to be 120 instead, let's say I want it to be 144. So you could just have fun with that. So once again, do a tempo detection, then that will make the grid follow the recording, and you could have other loops automatically follow, or you could just simply, if you want that to be a steady tempo, select the event, go to your audio, to advanced, and choose set definition from tempo, and the tempo detection is found in the project menu. So even if you have a multi-track project, you could select one track and you could do the tempo detection based off of that. All right, wonderful to see Tim K joining from Zeist in the Netherlands. His cat Buddy is waving a paw hello to my cat Steven and Mark Raven's dog Stella. And he's ready to learn. All right, so we have, is it Klaus Olsen checking in from Malmo, Sweden. I have several friends who live there. Thanks for joining us. And we have Home Studio World checking in from Jordan. We have Stefan joining also from Sweden. Always wonderful to see Jazz Dude. And we have Vince is Fly V from Winnipeg, Canada. All right, we have MM just saying hi to Cubase Tribe. All right, Home Studio World just asked, thanks, how can I learn the pad in Drum Machine to assign pad to keynote on my MIDI keyboard? So if we want to, we'll come over, let's just add a quick Drum Machine track here. Okay, so you could actually just see the particular pads right here, so you can see the MIDI note numbers directly on the pads, and I'm not sure if we could change, so these are going to be kind of fixed, I believe, for the MIDI notes, but if you just look right over here, so let's open up just a quick preset, and we can see just in the upper right hand corner where these particular pads are going to be triggered from. So if you just want to come over here, and you could have, you know, there's 128 MIDI notes, so we have 16 pads per bank and 8 banks of 16 pads. So you have all 128 MIDI notes laid out for you right there. So all right, so we have Michael Teams checking in from a snowy Weatherford, Texas. Hope you're able to stay warm and stay inside. We have Apologia sending greetings from Puerto Rico. Thanks for joining us. All right, John Sausage just has a question. When will Steinberg finally work on a new version of the CC121 controller? So I think we may see more hardware developments coming, you know, from Yamaha. So I'm not sure. I haven't really, you know, seen much on a roadmap for upcoming CC121 controllers. You know, with the MIDI remote, we could kind of make anything that transmits MIDI basically into and have very similar functionality to a CC121. But I'm not sure if we'll see Steinberg really pursuing a lot of hardware pursuits in the future, but you know, they may be done by Yamaha, which Yamaha built and designed the CC121 in conjunction with Steinberg. So it may just be under a different brand. but I still have my CC121 sitting on my desk at all times. Love it. But a lot of people will maybe look at I think Nectar has a CS12 controller that they just updated with Cubase support, I think. All right, so we see Tim Weinheimer just wishing all Cubase users in Los Angeles that their homes are okay and safe. Great to see Dallas LaRue from Las Vegas. Okay, so we see Tomé de Souza says hello from Cubase Brazil. Last time I asked a question, but I think there's some misunderstanding. I tried using the Symphonic Orchestra template from Cubase self, but when in the template, Iconica from Inhalion was only getting MIDI data on channel 16 inside of Halion. I cannot for the life of me figure out how to fix that. As mentioned, the inspector, every output was set to all MIDI inputs. So I'm not sure which particular template, because I don't think that there is an official template for Iconica. But make sure if you're doing something with Iconica, if you're playing it in Halion Sonic, Iconica is a library that plays in Halion or Halion Sonic. Make sure that when you open up so we'll come over here to Halion Sonic. Add this. So, we could go to the MIDI control. So even if we have a number of instruments in Iconica, so we'll say, okay, we're going to have flute 1. Let's do... So let's say if we have a typical orchestral layout for us, say oboe, clarinet, etc. Make sure that all of these MIDI channels are set right there. So, the MIDI channel, so when you say it's all set to all MIDI inputs, that's the MIDI port, but not necessarily the MIDI channel. And usually, make sure that you have all of your multiple tracks, because right now we could have this one track goes out to the channel that's set right here. So if I play my instrument and we're on channel 1, I hear flute. If I go to channel 2, we'll hear oboe. And if I switch it to channel 3, we hear the clarinet. So, so check to see if you want to send me the template. You could email to me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, but I don't think that there's an official template that comes with Iconica Sketch, but maybe you downloaded it from somewhere to work with. So, but if, again, you want to send it to clubcubase@steinberg.de, even if you start a project with that particular template, I'd be happy to take a look at it for you. See, Michael Teams is sending prayers for the wildfire victims. Yeah, it's just tragic. All right, great to see Jan from Cubase Index on. All right, so Yash Desai says, hey Greg, I'm using Cubase 14 Trial on my 2018 MacBook Pro. It has an Intel i9 CPU. I'm hearing clicks and pops when I'm adding fade, stretching, transposing audio. I've got a 4 terabyte, 32 gigabyte RAM system. So, I would first, make sure that, see where your buffers are. So on your audio interface, come over here and, try to see if that makes a difference when you raise the buffer size on it. So you could check to see if it's, if the buffers, if that makes a difference. So it could be some other things I would check is, so here in clicks and pops, when adding fades, stretching. So definitely do that, because those things are actually doing a lot of real-time CPU performance, because a lot of times if you're doing some of those processes, it's actually doing it in real time. So if you so one other thing to do is, if you're in musical mode, you could come over here and just kind of change the algorithms to like the eco algorithm. So you may see it. Let me just turn off my. So you'll see like the algorithm here. And then you will have under the elastic, if you're doing like real-time time stretching, you could make sure you could try the kind of the efficient algorithms that could take less CPU, as your system is probably a little older, like 5 years probably or so now. So those are a couple things. If you're doing kind of edits, one of the things that you could also do is just to make sure you have snap to zero crossing enabled, and this will allow you to, like when we do edits like a cut, to make sure that when that cut occurs, that it's actually going to be right at a zero crossing point in the amplitude. So if I turned my snap off here and I did an edit, it wouldn't allow me to make a cut right here, but so if I want to make a cut right here where we're not at the zero crossing point, so that could cause a click or pop when we do those types of edits. But now if I have the zero crossing point, it will only allow me to make the edit at the zero crossing point, and that can mitigate some different processes with that. So, but I would try buffer size first overall, because if you're hearing like clicks or pops, it could be just the buffer size is set too low. All right, we see Michael Teams is on fire doing his ice cream distribution. He's giving 1 gallon of vanilla orange ice cream to Tim Weinheimer. See Randy Lee on from Texas. Randy's also checking in from the winter wonderland of Texas. All right. All right, Michael B. just says, is it possible to prepare a session from digital mixer? I have a Behringer XR18 with 18 channels, with every channel connected to output from the mixer to concert, I guess, recording. I need fast way because now I'm just doing it by hand. All right, so, once we have, you want to set up the, your audio drivers. If you go to your device menu, or I'm sorry, your studio menu to studio setup. Device menu was 3 or 4 versions ago. And we want to select the audio system to your Behringer. So we want to just come over here, audio system, make sure you have your Behringer selected. So if you have like 18 inputs, we want to now come over. So we'll just do empty project here. So as we come over here, we want to go to your audio inputs. So we'll go to your audio connections under your studio menu. And then you should probably see a preset here. So if you have 18 mono inputs, you could choose to have those set up as like 4 mono or 9 stereo. So you probably would want to do probably 18 mono. So I will come over here and I'll just kind of mimic this. So it'll look at the available inputs. So I'm going to just add 18 mono inputs. I'll come over here. I don't have all of the physical inputs that you would have on your particular device, but these would be added so that this would be input 1 through 18 as we add them manually. They will be incremented. I will now come over here. Let's add 18 mono tracks. All right, and what I want to do is I'm going to select all of the tracks, and I'm going to hold down the Shift key. And now what I could do is I'll just say we're going to hold down the Shift key, and that will increment all of, so you see mono in 2. As we go down through all the tracks, we can see that the inputs will automatically increment for you, so you don't have to route each one. So to do that again, once you have the inputs defined, come over here, select all the tracks, and just select the very first connection, and that will kind of increment the input buses. So then you could name these. If you wanted to name these quickly, you could just type in the name, hit the tab key. That will take you to the naming field of the next track and activate it. So you could just type in kick, snare, hi-hat, whatever. So you could label your tracks accordingly. Now, if you want this to be called up again and again before you record anything, what you could do is now save as a template. So we're going to call this template XR18 record. Okay, so now when I go to start a project, if I don't want to have to do those settings again, I don't want to have to define my connections, I don't want to have to define the routing for all of my tracks, I don't want to have to add the tracks, we could come over to new project, and we'll go, and you'll see it under more, and then you'll see our XR18 record. I come over here, we define the audio folder that we want the recorded files to go into, hit open. And then something that I usually do for live recordings is I'll take all of the tracks and I'll put it into a folder. So we'll right click here and we'll say move selected tracks to new folder. So right click in the track, and now I could just record enable and monitor the folder, and all the tracks will get recorded. So once you save it as a template, then you could just open up that template, and 3 mouse clicks, you're all set, ready to record. All right. So we see the artist known as Love, just wishing everyone as well. He's just people in Topanga Canyon are in our thoughts. And thank you, Greg, for all you do. Yeah. All right, Michael B has a follow-up question to the track. Says maybe there's a way to have names from the mixer on channel names in Cubase. So there are some mixers that do that. Some of the higher-end Yamaha consoles will do that. So if you have a Rivage or a DM7, that will do that. So I don't think that the XR18 has that capability to transmit the track names over to Cubase. But they could do it. It is possible, but a lot of mixer companies don't do it. So. All right, Sway TV, just sending thoughts and prayers to all the LA victims. All right, so Yash decides says another issue is a lack of native undo and redo button for VST instruments. Every DAW has this for parameters that can be automated. Cubase 12 had it as well. So it didn't work with all instruments in Cubase 12. So not all instruments allow you to do that. So that's why, some of the functionality was restricted from that, because we couldn't control whether the plugins had undo or not, or were capable of it. All right, wonderful to see Razel Zamini checking in from Denmark. All right, we have OB Licks Original Music checking in from Quebec, Canada. Thanks for joining us. All right, we see Martin from Germany. Glad you could join us today. Sorry, my chat field just jumped. Let me find my spot. Okay. Okay, so all right, so Yash is just saying for the audio-related issue, checked cables as well as settings. Everything seems to be fine. It may be an issue with my internal SSD or CPU. Haven't had this issue with Logic Pro. Yeah, so check your buffer size is obviously going to be independent of applications as well as some of the other settings. All right, wonderful to see John Costigan checking in from Kenosha, Wisconsin, where he's asking Michael Teams if he has the Master Scrutinizer plugin. All right. All right, so we see Jazz Dude just says that he loaded template and everything there is on MIDI channel 1. So maybe Jazz Dude, if yeah, so but we see, I think it's Tomei. If you have that actual template, because I don't think that there's an official template from Steinberg. If you want to save it as a project and email it to me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, Michael B says, do I need to move my Halion, Groove Agent, other Steinberg licenses? I have Cubase 13 and it's no problem with license, but other VSTs from Steinberg, when I don't have USB stick, I can't use them. So if you have, so if you have Halion 6 and earlier, that's going to utilize the USB e-licenser technology, so that will have to be updated to Halion 7. Groove Agent 5, if you have the full version of Groove Agent 5, that will need to be, you should have a voucher in your My Steinberg account to migrate that license from the e-licenser to the to Steinberg licensing. So some of the, a lot of them will, you may have vouchers for in your My Steinberg account. Occasionally a few, like Halion 7, you would need to have the Halion 7 version, like you would need to have a Cubase 12 version to work with Steinberg licensing, but most of the other stuff can work. If it is the Halion Sonic SE or the Groove Agent SE that comes with Cubase 13 and you have upgraded from a previous version, make sure that you've installed the versions with Cubase 13 that you see in the My Steinberg, in the Steinberg Download Assistant. So it could be that you still run the earlier versions from like version 11. So the plugins necessarily haven't changed, but when you go to version 12, 13, or 14, the licensing, you would need to install the later versions of those plugins directly from the Steinberg Download Assistant. And I'll just show you. So if you come over here to My Products, you'll see probably the Cubase Pro 13, and make sure that you have like these versions installed. But all of the current instruments are working under Steinberg licensing. All right, so I see Jazz Dude posted the link. So let me just see if I could open the link in the tab for the template. Okay, let me see if I have that particular template. I'll just check. I'll look at the Okay, here's a symphonic orchestra. Sorry for missing that. All right, so let's go ahead and I'll open that up. Sorry for missing that. Let's take a look. Okay, so I'm going to look at just the MIDI channels here. Okay, so say we'll come over to all right, so it looks like maybe the channels aren't assigned here within the template. So if I just assign channel 1, these are all going to different instruments here. So every time that we go to, and we'll look at how the template is set up. So these will all be sent directly to MIDI channel 1 by default. So because there's only these particular templates, so as we go on, let me just make these shorter versions. So okay, so it looks like, you know, these are all going to the independent instruments. Let me just go back to the question. I'll scroll back. So it says from Inhalion was only getting MIDI data on channel 16 inside of Halion. I cannot for the life of me figure out how to fix that. So make sure when you go to the VSTi rack here and you open up, so if we select, let's say, the violin 1, you know, make sure that we have, that you see this in slot 1, which would be channel 1 is what it's responding to. So say from, so, and make sure also that when you're doing this that, you know, we don't have, you know, make sure that your input channel here is set to any input, and this way it's not filtering out the channels. Or make sure also that you don't have a input transformer active, but if this is set to any input, so we can think of this as the MIDI port that it's coming from, and if it's seeing all MIDI input ports, but we could channelize the input channel here, but if it's set to any input, then you should be able to kind of play whatever instrument is selected. But if this was set to 16 here, then it would, when I go to playback this, it's only going to look for MIDI data on a controller that's transmitting on channel 16. So make sure that you change the input right here below all MIDI inputs. Make sure that's set to any input and see if that makes a difference. Sorry for missing the template. All right. And thanks for sharing the screenshot, Jazz Dude. All right, so we have Rob from Tarpon Springs, Florida. Says, after I tempo detect an audio vocal track, I set the definition from the tempo. However, if I apply denoise or de-reverb effect from SpectralLayers to, let me see if it's continued. All right, I don't see. Okay, I see. All right, so it says set the definition from the tempo. However, if I apply denoise or de-reverb effect from SpectralLayers to the file, it comes out of sync. Is there a process or order that I'm missing? Okay, so we'll give it a shot here quickly. Okay. All right, so I'm going to take just a quick tempo map of, we're going to do. All right, so it could be that when you're do the tempo map, you may want to make sure that the track itself isn't in musical mode. So let's say if we so now when we do our tempo event, you know, so we probably want, like from the original recording, when we do a tempo detection of it, if it is in musical mode already, it may automatically, you know, not be affected. So I would say just make sure that when you, like right before you do the tempo detection, that you have the musical mode for the event. Make sure that musical mode is turned off. Then I think that will kind of make sense for what you want to do. I think it's changing because you do the tempo change of the audio, and you know, you might be able to lock the particular track over here, and then you know that particular track won't then adjust to be in musical mode for the new tempo. So make sure that you know, or you could just simply have this try with musical mode disabled, Rob, and see if that makes sense. All right, so you see from Home Studio World says, please consider the learn command in the drum machine in the future. So I'll pass it along. It's obviously in its first iteration, so we'll probably see more and more features coming within that as well. All right, so we have Atha Alexandria says, streaming from Gambia, West Africa. No producing experience, just paying attention and taking in what I can. We'll be checking out your videos for starters. Welcome to the live stream, and we hope to be able to answer questions and help you with your production journey. All right, so we see Bratman Studio, who's about 26 miles from downtown LA. He says, thanks for well wishes to us in the LA area. Club Cubase is a welcome distraction from his devastation. Yeah, just had multiple friends lose their studios and priceless instruments as a result already, so it's really sad. I hope that you're able to stay safe and the fire doesn't come near your property, near your home. All right, Michael Graybill is checking in from Dallas, where snow and coffee is his favorite recipe for writing. He's hoping that everyone's having a cozy and creative day. All right, so we see Ezra says, how can I add the filtered key when I use an on-screen keyboard? So I guess if you want to have maybe work with the scale assistant with the on-screen keyboard. All right, so let's say if I come over here, I'm going to add just a quick instrument track. Okay. All right, I'm going to open up my on-screen keyboard by hitting Alt or Option plus K. So now I could hit my Q, W, E, R, T, Y. All right, so let's say I want to go into my scale assistant here. Sorry, let me just convert that to Midi. All right, and in the key editor, we want to go to the scale assistant, and let's say I want this to be in D major, and I want to snap my live input. And so we're going to use the editor scale. All right, so let's say if I let me just try changing scale here quickly. Let's say if I do it to C major and I play. Okay, so let's see if I place Cubase and record here. And we'll record within the editor. So you can see that these notes aren't changing pitch. Okay, so let me just open this up, sorry. So I'm in the key of C, and as I play, you notice that all of the pitches that I've just done, there's, and you can see that I played lots of the number keys here to 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, but we don't see any of the flats or sharps. Everything has been transposed to be in the key of C. So if I play these two notes, it's going to be the same pitch. These aren't changing pitch because neither of these notes are in the key of C. You see that these notes are playing the same pitches, so it's automatically transposing directly from the on-screen keyboard. But let me know if I'm misunderstanding. But once we have the scale defined and we have the snap live input, then it's going to remap and not allow us to play outside of that scale. All right. All right, so we see Tiago. So yes, I did get your acapella project today. So so I have it all downloaded. I got it right before the live stream, but if I have problems with it, I'll reach out and let you know. So thanks for sending that. All right, my chat field just jumped to me again. Okay, so I have a question from Rob. Hey, Greg, hope you're well. So I'm doing great, thank you. Is there a way to remap the MIDI input for a drum machine pad, or alternatively, is there a way to learn for a group of pads in Groove Agent? So I don't think that there is in the drum machine. So I'll just add another one just to check, make sure I'm not having a mental brain cramp. But I think that this might be fixed assignments. But if you wanted to do it with Groove Agent, so let's come over here, let's add an instrument track. We could do it inside a Groove Agent. And all you'd have to do in Groove Agent is come over and you'll see this little icon in the lower right-hand corner of the instrument section. So once you have the instrument selection here, once that is turned on, you could right-click and you could say learn trigger note and come right over here, and we can see that that will assign the trigger notes for each of the pads. So as I come over here, we could just right click, edit learn trigger note, and then that will automatically allow you to chromatically, to go through each of the pads and assign trigger notes just like that. But this needs to be turned on. If you're doing this because you have like an electronic drum kit and it's not mapping as expected, turn this on and you'll see different presets here. So I think you see this Yamaha and the E-drum controller, I think is kind of the Roland drum sets, which most will comply with. So, but if you want to do it in Groove Agent, just right click and then you can edit, learn the trigger notes or assign it. But you would need to make sure that this is turned on first and activated so that you could do it. It's a little subtle thing. All right, wonderful to see Michael Pierce on. All right, Don Pryor says, each time I open Cubase 14, I have to reset the audio outputs. How do you fix? So the only people I've seen report this are people that have a Focusrite interface, and it seems to have resolved once the Focusrite interface was reinstalled. So let us know if it should automatically, automatically assume and take the last settings that were used in your particular project and recreate those. So I've seen a number of people with Focusrite interfaces that once they reinstalled the Focusrite driver software for the interface, that it worked fine for them. All right, so you see Michael B just says, thank you, Greg, with probably the XR18 question. All right, so we see from Flyv, what could I be doing wrong if my songs are falling out of tempo, starting at about halfway through a mix, the use of samples and instruments? I think musical mode is the answer. What would you think? So, make sure that, because when we're doing something that's in musical mode, if it's going to be, make sure that all of your tracks are set, so when we're dealing with the tracks themselves can be in musical or linear mode. So make sure that all of the tracks are kind of set similarly. So you probably want these to be in musical mode, and the difference is when the track is in musical mode, if there's a tempo change, the events on the track, if it's in musical mode, will stay at the tempo value. So if this comes in at measure 14 beat 2 and I change the tempo and the track is in musical mode, this event will start at measure 14 beat 2 in this at the different tempo. If this is in linear mode where this icon looks like a clock, then when I change something that's at measure 14 beat 2, let's say that's at 30 seconds in, it will stay at 30 seconds and it will not play back at 14.2 depending upon whatever the change in the tempos. So if it's kind of a change, if you're doing a tempo change, then it could be related to the actual tracks here. Now, if you're doing tempo changes, make sure that, and you want the events to follow the tempo changes. For the audio events, the MIDI events will do this by default, but the audio events will need to be in musical mode. So you could try toggling these two settings. So, for the audio events, try taking them, in musical mode or off musical mode, try toggling the settings, and also on the tracks, try toggling, musical mode, linear mode, and let me know if you have tempo changes, because that could be a clue to what's causing the issue for you. All right, Dr. McFarland Studios, do you go live every day? So we go live on Tuesdays and Fridays. So in general, we go for about 4 hours until we run out of questions. All right, Galleria de Sebastian says, is there a way to zoom in and out by pinching on a trackpad? I'm literally about to buy Cubase. That's the only thing, though. So I know that I think that there are some like third-party pinch to zoom functions with the trackpad, but and what you could do is just kind of using the scroll wheel. If you use like the scroll wheel on your mouse or whatever functionality that would be on your trackpad, I'm just holding the control or command key, and if I hold control or command, I could zoom vertically. That's control or command plus shift, and without the shift key I could zoom horizontally. So you should be able to kind of mimic those behaviors. You might have to hold down a modifier key with that, but there are some third-party tools I've seen people use for kind of pinch zooming as well. All right, let's see. Memento, sending everyone a happy Friday from Finland. All right, Michael Pierce is hiding in bed, but he'll come up with some worthy soup option recipe. Sounds good. All right, so we see from Arnold's Canal. This is Arnold from Germany. Can you explain the benefits of ASIO Guard? What are the effects and possible side effects? Okay, so when we activate ASIO Guard, and we can do this in your studio menu to the studio setup, and we could activate ASIO Guard. Okay, and ASIO Guard is kind of tied into our buffers. So when we come over here to our control panel, my buffers are currently set to 512 samples. All right, so what ASIO Guard is basically allowing you to do is to run some tracks at the stated buffer size, and other tracks can run at a higher multiple. It's often 2 or 4 times the buffer size. So, and when the track, like if we record enable or monitor that track, this particular track is running at the latency, at the lower latency that we would see here. So if I have this set to 128 buffer, this track is running at 128. All the other tracks don't need to be running at the lower buffer rate. So it'll all be time compensated. So, but just this track is running at the lower buffer rate. The other tracks are running at a multiple of the higher buffer rate, so that we don't have to use as much audio performance. So this way, so if we have multiple tracks that are record enabled, these tracks, if these are all record enabled, all of these tracks will be running at the stated buffer size, and the other tracks, which aren't as critical for that don't need the pre-buffer, will just run at a higher multiple of the buffer size, kind of easing the audio performance. So it allows you to basically run a dual buffer size, the stated buffer size for the selected track that's record enabled or monitored, and the other tracks aren't running at the lower buffer size. So it allows you to run larger projects when you're tracking. That's the benefits of it. All right. All right, we see Manfig checking in from Santa Barbara, California. Thanks for joining us. We hope the fires don't make their way up to you. Always wonderful to see Gareth on from Bilbao, Spain. All right, so we see Ayush Panday Music says people are going astray. 2012 was my first DAW FL, and 2017 was my favorite DAW Cubase, then FL, then Cubase. Suddenly Logic, Apple went away. Which is the best DAW in each and every way? So I think the most comprehensive DAW that you're going to see is going to be Cubase, and I think that you'll see that Cubase really defines the feature sets that the other companies implement later in time, and often it's more of a catch-up mode than actually like a full implementation. So I think over the last 2 decades, when you see what is defining the feature sets for DAWs, that you'll see that Cubase is kind of the industry leader with that. And I think our pace of development is also significantly faster than others. All right, so wonderful to see Kerwin Young. It says, just finished up a Q-Mix in Nuendo in time for the meetup. It's great to see you on. Hope you're surviving. If you're in Atlanta today, I hope you're surviving the snow. We know it's pretty rare there. All right, so Ivan Alexander Cruz Henriquez says, thanks, Greg, for answering my question in the last live stream from Puerto Rico. So you're welcome, and ask any questions that you have. All right, Michael Teams has granted Gareth and his daughter Lola 1 gallon of Dreamsicle ice cream. Sounds like a great choice for today. And Gareth has responded that Michael Teams has made his dreamsicle come true. So, all right, so we see a question, when do we get VST4? So I haven't heard any plans for VST4. There's always different iterations. So I think like the latest we're on is like 3.7 or 3.76 or something like that. Let me just see if I could. Yeah, so 3.7 11. Let's see. I'll just check some of the newer plugins. So, you know, there's been a number of updates. So it looks like, yeah, like 3.7.12. Let me just look at. Yeah, so it looks like the latest version is 3.7.12. So, and there's still like so many companies that have yet to take advantage of all the different aspects of what VST3 is capable of. All right, so we see Phil Horton asks, "Hi guys, I'm thinking of buying VST Connect Pro. Is it possible to have more than one performer active at the same time?" So the VST Connect, that's a peer-to-peer connection. So it's like a one-to-one direct connection through the internet service providers. So that way it's just going to be, it's intended to work just as one person. And that way that guarantees kind of the recording, you know, the fundamental aspects of the timing of recording, instead of it being kind of altered by adding a second or third person. So it's intended for one remote recording person at a time. There could be multiple tracks. So I've seen scenarios where people record like a rhythm section of guitars, keys, drums, and bass, and they do it within the 16 tracks and do remote recording that way. But it's going to be one other session that is able to record into the remote Cubase. All right, so Home Studio World, let me clear my throat, asks, says, "Can I select a track using a shortcut to play live in Cubase?" So if you want, you know, you could hit the, you know, if you have like your tracks laid out for you, let's say something, I'll just resize some of these. Okay, so you could obviously just kind of come here and go up and down. So a lot of people doing live performance with backing tracks will just simply come right over here and be able to access. But let's say we will come over and we have a track, and we'll call this track. We'll call it Hey Yeah. All right, so, and if I have a different track, you could set up a project logical editor. So if you wanted to set up a set list and this button goes to this particular track and this button goes to a different track, so we'll come over here and we can set a project logical editor. And we want to select, and we're going to say name equals Hey Yeah. All right, so right now I do this, it's going to automatically select that particular track. I could save this as a preset. So I'll come over here. And now if I want to assign that to like a MIDI remote function, I'll come over here. Let's say, okay, I want this button. All right, and then we could search in the process project logical editor. So once that's saved, I'll come over here. We'll apply the mapping. So whatever track I'm on now, I could just hit that button and it's going to select the track. Hey, yeah. So again, we could just come over to your project menu to Project Logical Editor. Select name is equal to hey, yeah. And then you could trigger that from a keyboard shortcut or from a MIDI remote controller. And you could just type in like, and then just say select track, hey, yeah. So we save that as a preset. We're recalling this preset from this button. So now wherever you are in a live performance, I could just hit a button and go to that track like that. So let me know if that makes sense for you, home studio world. All right, my chat field just jumped. Okay. See, Ivan Alexander Cruz says make the EQ in the channel tab zone mid side and put Razor on the channel strip. I'll pass that along. All right, Gareth asks, when is Cubase 15 coming out? Next week? It came out last week, actually. Just kidding. So when it's ready. I know Gareth likes to be one of the first ones to ask when the next version is coming out. I think he's asked multiple times on when we're doing the brand new version walkthrough. So. All right, Jack Bourne says, best way to incorporate Guitar Pro. I like to transcribe, but I'm pretty slow at writing MIDI in. I prefer playing live. So I'm not sure if Guitar Pro, I'm not that familiar with it, if it's a plugin of any kind. So if it's, I'm not sure if it works as a VST plugin or if it's a standalone program that can import MIDI files or export MIDI files. Maybe you could give us some more information on that, Jack. That would be helpful. I'm sorry for my ignorance. All right, so Rob just says, thanks, Greg, really appreciate it. I was specifically interested in selecting a bunch of pads and MIDI learning them all at once so they respond to one input. I know this is possible one by one. So you want multiple pads to all play the same sounds. You know, another approach to do this is to open the instrument. So if we have a number of sounds that you want stacked on a pad, you know, if we come here, so if, you know, I'm not sure if you're trying to play multiple sounds in one pad, but if you want multiple sounds to all be triggered from one note, we could add all of these sounds directly here. And instead of switching the mode from like velocity, if we want to layer those particular sounds, we could just come right here and layer, and now we could have 32 different samples all triggered from a single MIDI note. So let me know if that's helpful. Sorry, I need a coffee. But if I do, I'll have to take a bathroom break. So, but yeah, so Rob, let me know. All right, wonderful to see Pablo on. So we have the whole hot mess contingent on. All right. And Pablo had sent a question, and I think the email may have bounced back. And Pablo had a question last time about a library in Cubase for Groove Agent. So let me just open this up. And one thing that you could do, and you had some hybrid kits that he didn't know which library they were from. So what you can do is, if we see your kit here, and I couldn't find the kits that you were talking about, but if we select the kit, and he was getting kind of a licensing issue. So let's say we see this little setup wheel, like our setup cog wheel here. So if we want to know which content set libraries or presets are coming from, if we go to media, and then we could just say, I think it's library or content set, and we scroll all the way over, we could see what library those particular presets are coming from. So try selecting one of those libraries there, and just kind of scroll over. And so again, go to media, to content set, and then you should see which particular content library those particular presets are coming from. So let me know if that's helpful, Pablo. All right, wonderful to see Millard Brown from Pennsylvania. All right, Fly V says, okay, great advice. Thanks, Greg. You're welcome. Yeah, let me know what you find. Pablo's wondering who won the Nuage. That's a good question. I didn't. All right, Matthew Mazzoni asks, hi there, I'm working with Groove Agent. I'm sending the kick and snare pads to outs 1 and 2 respectively. When I go to each out and change its output routing, it changes the routing for both. All right. So I'm not sure if it's in a Beat Agent kit or not. All right, so I'll just load a quick Beat Agent kit. All right, so I'm going to come over here, and let's say, okay, I'm going to send this to bus 1, or I'll send it to output 2, and my snare to output 3. So now when I come over here, we see kick, snare out of output 3. So we didn't change the output there. That's going out of bus 1, bus 2. So, and let's try a acoustic agent kit. Okay, so I'll just load up an acoustic agent kit. And now we go to the mixer. You can see that there's still, and if I'll just cut off the overheads here into rooms. So now that's only going out of, so we could isolate. So it seems to be kind of working as I would expect. Make sure, one thing that might change it on a beat agent kit, make sure that you don't have like the outputs locked here. Because if the outputs are locked, then you may not be able to change it. So check just on if it's a beat agent kit, make sure that this little pad lock, and we'll see that in the instrument tab when that's selected, that this isn't enabled because maybe the outputs are locked. All right. All right, and Matthew just continues, is there a reason why they're linked like this? Is there a way to change it? Changes the output routing for the instrument track in both outputs. Yeah, so Matthew, let me know if I did it any differently than you did or if I'm misunderstanding. But it seems to be working as expected on my end. All right, Gareth is wishing me a happy new year to El Grego. So. All right, Prezel Prescott asks, Greg, using Nuendo 13, I have hardware now. Will the delay compensator take care of latency caused by the use of hardware? So if we have like a hardware processor defined, so if we come over here to our audio connections and we have an external effect, so let's say we have a distressor, we connect the inputs and outputs into our audio interface for our send and return. So we're going to go an output and an input. When we go to instantiate that particular plugin, we'll come over, let's say, to our inserts, and we'll see it under external plugins, and we'll see distressor. So now what you want to do is come over here, and you'll see measure delay, and that will kind of ping the system and measure the delay of the outboard processing and any delays that that's going to introduce. By the time you go out of your audio interface into the unit, often units themselves, like especially digital reverbs and multi-effects hardware, will have their own latency, and bring it back in. This will measure and automatically compensate for any of your latency that's going out to external hardware. All right, Dr. McFarland Studios asks, does Cubase do Atmos mixing? Yes. So Steinberg was the first DAW to incorporate Atmos. So if we have a particular project, so we could take like this guitar part here. All right, what we could do is, if you go to your project menu, we could say, let's go to ADM authoring. We could do a setup assistant, and basically you want to check everything and leave the default settings. We could say now we see our Atmos renderer, and we could say that we're monitoring maybe with headphones currently if we don't have a 714 set up. So now when we come over, we could open up this particular track. And we open up the panner. And we could click right over here, so we could now take your guitar, pan it behind you. If you have headphones, you may be hearing the binaural over YouTube. If you wanted to change the height, so all sorts of great Atmos stuff. And once if you've automated everything, then all you'd have to do is, again, just come over here, go to your ADM authoring. At that point, you could choose to, you could do that obviously on multiple tracks. Come over here and export the ADM file. So yes, Cubase does Atmos. Fly V saying, let's go Cubase. All right. All right, so JB asks, are you still able to copy track setting in, I guess, in the mixer window? Haven't been able to do it since being able to reorder tracks. Okay, so let me just... Okay, so let's say I have a number of tracks. I'll just quickly add an audio track using a track preset here. Okay, so let's say we have a number of processes. We have the EQ, these 4 insert effects. So, and we want to copy these settings to a different track. So I'll just add a couple of tracks here. Okay, so I want to take these track settings. So I'm going to just right click at the bottom of the track, and we could copy the first selected channel settings, and I could come right over here, and I want to apply these. So we'll paste settings to the selected tracks, and we can see that the EQs have all been matched. And when we open up a particular track, that these tracks that we've just added will have all of the same stuff. So, you know, I think the trick is to just go in the track name area, right click, copy the first selected track settings, and then select the other channels, right click, and paste. So it seems to work as it did before. Okay. See, Kerwin Young is in Florida, where it's warmer. He's avoiding the snow in Atlanta, which is not a great place to be in snow. I've been traveling there during snow. All All right, so Prescott says, tried to record narration and it only records a small bit, then just stopped. What happened? So, make sure that you didn't have, like, it could be sometimes if you have punch in and punch out enabled. So say I have this track and I'm recording on this track. So let me know if it like happens like right at like where you see maybe the left where the right locator is, because if you have the punch out turned on, which is just hitting the letter O, that it could automatically just kind of punch out. Let me just make sure I have the punch in. Okay, so now if I have like my punch in, and this may be your punch points, it may show up on the other side by default. So let me just move this to where you may see it. So now if I hit record, I have this track record enabled, and I'm recording. So say I'm just recording, it may punch out at the right locator if the punch out is turned on. So make sure, try hitting the letter O on your computer keyboard and see if that fixes it for you. So maybe it's an unintentional punch out. All right, Prescott asks, how do you load patch scripts? All right, so if we go to your studio menu, to more options, and we go to your MIDI device manager, we could come over here, let's install device. Let's say, okay, we have a Yamaha, we'll say a motif rack. Okay, we hit OK. We can now come over, assign a particular MIDI port for that. Now, when we go to add a MIDI track, so say let's go to our MIDI track. All right, and for my output, we want to just choose. Okay, so. And then you should see the make sure I have it set to a MIDI output port. So again, studio, more options, MIDI device manager. Okay, I have it not connected, so. Okay, so now this MIDI device will come over. Let me see if I need to add the patch script in. It could be, I'm sending it to. Let me remove that device. I'm going to send it to an actual. Then we'll see our patch banks, and then we could just see all of the patch scripts right there. So we'll see. Okay, so under MIDI devices, we can see our motif rack. Yes. And then you'll see all of the patch scripts right here for each of the banks. So once again, define, go to your studio menu, more options, MIDI device manager, set it up right here, install the device, choose it, choose the output port. You could then open. You could define what MIDI channels are being used on the device. So we can see all the channels. Come over here to all of your patch banks, and then you can see all of the different presets, which you could now access from a MIDI track. So you'll see under MIDI devices, set it there, and all of your patch scripts will be loaded right there. All right, so we see Ivan Alexander Cruz Henriquez says DJ effects or something like Logic's Beat Breaker or Sugar Bites Electrics. All right, so let's come over. I'll show you. So if you use Loop Mash FX, you could get a lot of those types of effects. All right, so let me just. So you have Loop Mash FX, which you can find in the other category. So once we open up Loop Mash FX, so if I want to come over here, we could do different stutters. And these could all be triggered from MIDI. So Loop Mash FX is a great solution for those types of effects. So you could have, if you wanted to now trigger those particular notes, what we could do is add a MIDI track and its output we could set to the Loop Mash FX. So we could come over here and then you're able to just play. So we'll say, okay, let's get to the stereo out for Loop Mash FX. We'll make it on channel 1. So now as we just play, we find the right octaves. So if we opened up from the keyboard controller, so all sorts of great creative uses with that. So I think that would probably work for you. All right, so we see Guitar Play-Alongs checking in from Switzerland. Thanks for joining us today. And my chat field jumped. All right, so Benny's question is, when I record with Connect 5.6 Pro, there's a delay when a customer sings. I have to mute the performer track when he sings, so there's no delay. Any idea? So a lot of times when you're doing a VST Connect session, you don't want to actually monitor here. So it's going to be kind of monitored through the control room. So, there's obviously going to be latency. It's going to be compensated for. But try not to, enable the monitor on the record channel, because that will kind of, showcase the latency. But if you don't turn that on and just hit record, you'll hear it coming through the control room for the monitoring. So you don't have to actually monitor. So try turning off the monitoring on the VST Connect Performer record track. Seems counterintuitive at first, but once you do it, then it's like, oh, okay, makes sense. All right, wonderful to see Brian Sawyer checking in from Bealville, North Carolina. All right, so we see Ivan Alexander Cruz just says he knows about the frequency plugin, but Steinberg can make the channel EQ also dynamic. It's just a workflow thing. So, yeah, we understand, but I mean, you could always do it now, and sometimes when we change, there's a lot of implications for changing like default EQ settings of tens of millions of projects that rely on those EQs, and if we change the algorithms for those EQs and alter people's projects, that's not necessarily a great thing. That make a lot of people happy when you have to recall a project from 10 years ago. So all right, so we see Timothy Zick says, hi, let's get some knowledge, and sending his regards from Poland. Thanks for being online with us. Yeah, so we see Guitar Pro, just Jack Bourne just saying Guitar Pro is a standalone software for transcribing, specifically for guitar bass. Yeah, I mean, so if, sometimes it's hard to, does it do any kind of interconnections with other software tools as a plugin or, different export files, so. All right, so we see, so it says, thanks again, quick context is from Rob. It says, I'm building a drum kit, so each sample would be a different mic, like close, room, overhead. I'd be routing each differently, which I don't believe you could do with layers. So, yeah, so in that case, I can see where it could make sense, but yeah, so, but you could just simply, assign the same one to multiple, so the same MIDI note to trigger multiple notes, but you'd have to do it one at a time. All right, so we see from Eric D says, hello, couldn't there be an option for mix, or the mixer could transform like in Mixbus 32 Pro or Luna? That way we have everything at hand without having to use, without having to open plugins, drive EQ and compressor, each directly accessible track. Thanks. So, I think we could already do that with, each track has a full channel strip. So here you could have a noise gate, compressor, 3 different types of compressors, your channel EQ. You could choose to have a de-esser or an envelope shaper, saturation, as well as a limiter on every single track. so you don't have to access any of those plugins. So you have 6 processors directly on any of the track like you would on a classic large format console, and often a lot more, and the ability to change the order of these and the ability to do side chaining as you see fit. So every single track has this. So let me know if that's kind of what you were thinking, Eric D. All right. So Rob's just adding to his drum. So if I triggered a snare drum with D1 from hardware and it plays each mic, but each mic would be routed into a bus for the mic type. Yeah, so you could do that, and you could also have different, like if you wanted to do it in Halion, there's lots of possibilities there as well. But so yeah, there are some different approaches, and that's why you see kind of more of the complexity that you have with an acoustic agent kit. So. All right. Okay, reading through comments here. So Dragon Babic, hi, could you show me please how I can export lyrics in a MIDI file so I could use my keyboard during live playing? All right, so let's take a look, see if we could. Let me just do a new project. It's empty, sorry. All right, so if we come over here, let's say, let's go to the MIDI list editor, and then I think that we could import, let's say we want to put in standard MIDI file. Let's see if it's standard MIDI file events. Let me see, I haven't done this in forever. Let's see if we do text here. So I think it's going to be along the lines of when you're in the list editor that you could enter the text, and then that would be exported. as lyrics. So I think, and what we could do is say, okay, measure 33. I want to put in text and put in text here. So you could just change the insert here to text, and then when you export the MIDI file, I believe that will be exported as the lyrics and will show up based on the timeline. So give that a shot. So once again, go into the MIDI list editor, and I think you want to put it in as text, and then you'll see your timeline. So you say, oh, measure 65, I want this text, and then you could just type the text in right there, and that should, I believe, will show up as a standard MIDI file text. I could do some, I don't have any hardware keyboards like workstations that play MIDI files, so, but let me know if that works for you, Dragon. All right, so we see question, is it worth upgrading Cubase 14 Pro if I'm on Cubase 13 Pro? So I definitely think so. So I think, the modulators, the drum machine, the pattern editor, the shimmer reverb, the studio delay plugin. So there's, lots of fantastic new things like new volume clip, new range editing functionality. I think all makes a lot of sense. It's a great upgrade. All right. So John Costigan wants everyone to say kind and considerate things about Michael Teams behind his back. All right. All right, so Matthew Mozzoni says, so it happens when I expand the outputs in the track list underneath the instrument track. When I look at the channel strip and change the output routing to a group track from there, it leaves groove agent from different outs. Then when I try to send those outs to kick or snare bus, I have any other stuff bust. Then it changes groove agent, both the outputs, both the output routing. All right, so we'll take a look at this. So I will go ahead and remove this track. All right, and this is with the kick and snare going to different outputs. So let's say we have, and I'm not sure if it's an acoustic agent or a, so we'll just, sorry, let me just, or a studio kit, acoustic agent or beat agent kit. So let's try, so we'll add a groove agent SE. All right, and let me just, let me just check my routing here quickly. Sorry. Let me just check my audio connection, see if I have. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so let's say we have our kick and snare. Okay. Okay, so let's say I have these outputs being bussed. So we look at our mix console. So we're going to send this kick to bus 2, my snare to bus 3. Okay, so right now we have kick going out here, snare going out here. Okay, so it says when I expand the outputs to track list underneath, and I look at channel strip to change the output routing to a group track from there. Okay, so what I want to do, I'm going to add 2 group tracks. Okay, so we have. All right, so I'm going to take the output of the kick here, and let's send this to group 1. All right, so let's see if we just route it here. All right. Send a snare to group 2 here. All right, now let me just see if I send this to okay, I'm just going to try this. Let me add okay. So now I could take each of these. Let me remove this track. All right. So let's take this, and I'm going to route this to my stereo out. So we should. I'm just going to remove these groups here. Hang on. We'll start fresh with this. I'm just going to start with a fresh new kit here. So, all right, so Groove Agent. Okay, so this is going, we'll send this out to bus 2 and snare to bus 3. And now Let's send this to, so I'm not sure if you have an existing group or not. Let's see if we add these tracks to a group. All right, so that works kind of as expected. Now these tracks are going to be routed let me just okay. Let me try something over here. So say if I go to routing here. All right, so if we look at the routing here, I could just say now this isn't going to no bus. So we'll see just our routing on the left-hand side. So let's say if I have these now going to, I add a group track. When I select this, we can now send this to the group all the way through. And then we could send our snare to the same group. So try doing the routing output in the channel inspector for each of these. So when you go to the multiple outs, now we could have this automatically go directly to this group. And if we added a second group, I could take this snare. So we'll come here. I want to take this snare. And instead of sending it to group 1, do the routing here. And now I could send my snare to group 2 as well. So you could just come over and try doing the group routing there, if that makes sense, or if I'm totally off, just let me know. All right, Chaser asks, hello, I installed Cubase 13 on a Mac Mini. Some plugins don't appear. In Plugin Manager, there are no folders assigned. I added the folders, but restarting folders are gone. They do not get saved. Help. So if you're on a Mac Mini and you're running it under, usually when you have, if you're running it with Apple Silicon native, so if you come over here and go to About Cubase Pro, if you see Apple Silicon here, that's not going to utilize Apple Silicon. You can't run any VST2 plugins on Apple Silicon. So if you don't see the plugins, or if there's it's probably that they are VST2 plugins. And when you say that you scan the folders, that you're not going to see those particular plugins. So, you know, Cubase 13, if you're running Apple Silicon, so if you don't see your plugin manager, if you don't see them listed, it's because Apple Silicon, you can't run VST2 plugins, you need to run VST3 versions. So if you could let me know if it's VST2 plugins and you're running Apple Silicon, then that won't work. All right. See, Randy Lee's getting more coffee. See, Pablo saying he thinks that Gareth played the guitar part probably for the Atmos project he did. All right, Mark Rabin is joining us from Montana. We'll give everyone a big woof to Stella, his dog. Beautiful animal. Love seeing Stella on our Zoom social meetups. All right, so we see question, is it possible to use the draw tool on multiple audio tracks at one time? So I don't think so, but we'll give it a try. So I'm not sure if you're using the draw tool on something like, you know, for the clip volume. So let's say if I have multiple audio events, selected here. So let's say if I group these two, I'm going to hit Command or Control G, and let's see if we could. Yeah, so I think they're all going to be kind of independent. Yeah, so it's kind of the draw tool is kind of designed to be, on a single event, because a lot of people may have other stuff selected, and then we had that functionality earlier and people would get confused and would draw in changes on unintended events. But let me know if it's like for the clip gain or other functions. But I think it's going to be one event at a time per cursor. You could write in automation for multiple tracks at once, but not necessarily. I don't think you could draw it in. All right, my chat field jumped. All right, so we see from Chris, my notation launch key, maybe Novation launch key stopped working properly. For DAW integration, how do I properly reset or set up my MIDI controller? So it could depend, so there's a couple different ways that you could do the DAW integration. One is going to be, a lot of them may work under like a Mackie control. So if you have like a Mackie control, it may work as you may have it defined here. So sometimes you could have kind of like the remote control functionality actually set up in a couple of different ways, and these have kind of evolved over time, and as we do evolutions, we can't necessarily take away configurations that people have spent a lot of time on. So it could be set up as a generic remote device. You may have a device here, and if you're not using it as a Mackie control or generic remote, make sure that these aren't being sent to the Novation controller. Probably the preferred and most flexible method is using the MIDI remote, where you could see the MIDI remote show up directly here. Now, if it's not showing up here, it could be that the MIDI port is being hijacked with the MIDI device. In like a Mackie control or generic remote. So if this is being used for your Novation, try to set that to not connected. And then you could come over and just add your Novation controller directly here. So you could say, okay, I want to go to my launch key. Let's see, launch key mark. Let's see. So I'm not sure if the Mark III and Mark IV are similar. So you can say, okay, I want to go to my Novation launch key. You select your MIDI in and output ports here, and then you should be able to see the controller pop up right there. So, but make sure it's something in our part of the program isn't kind of actually taking over the MIDI ports of that. All right, Mark Rabin is snowed in. His wife returned last night. Very productive 2 weeks of writing, learning new tricks. Yeah, so my son had his first day of school this week at a 2-hour delay. So I think all the kids were talking. They loved playing in the snow the first 2 days. They all played video games the third day and were bored yesterday. So it was interesting watching all the kids have the same response to snow days. But we may get some more snow here tonight. All right, Pablo is saying, I'm Disco Greg, and he's dancing on the floor. All right, Miroslav Farkas asks, help me please. I have Tascam Model 12. I need physical Connect guitar So if, make sure, if you have a guitar, I think that's like a mixer interface. So you can plug your guitar into the input. Whatever input that you have, you want to make sure that your studio setup, that you'll be prompted when you start Cubase what audio interface you want to use. You could choose your Tascam Model 12 here. Go to your inputs. So let's say we go to the audio connections here. Make sure that you have the inputs set up for, and often you'll have like a stereo in or out. So you may have, if you have 8 inputs, make sure that you have the connection port where your guitar is connected to here. We want to add an audio track. We could call it guitars and name the track before you record. And here, like when we go to add the audio track, I'll show this. We'll go to add audio track. We want to, probably make it a mono source. We want to set your physical input here. And then name the track. And then you could just record, enable, and monitor, and hit record, and be all set. So make sure that your audio interface is defined in the studio setup audio system. When you go to add a track, you can just add an audio track, define which input the guitar is connected to. We want to make sure that that is the same. We probably want it to be mono, and add a name, add a track, record, enable, and you'll need, if it's an electric guitar or an acoustic guitar that has electronics, you can take the cable directly from the guitar to the input. If you're recording an amplifier for an electric guitar, take the microphone, or if you're using an effects device like a modeler device like a Line 6 Pod or Helix, you could just take the output from that right into the audio interface. All right, see, Randy Lee will be back in a bit. All right, so we see from Benny, I guess this is Greg, the monitor symbol is off. I think this with the VST Connect cannot be activated. This has occurred now. So I don't have my computer set up. I could have my computer set up to kind of show it on Tuesday's live stream. If you send me a quick reminder, email Benny to clubcubase at steinberg.de. Okay, so Jack Bourne asks, can export and can utilize Midi and use Midi from other programs. So yeah, if you want to, a common way of exchanging data, MIDI data between different programs is we come over here and we could export. I don't have any MIDI tracks in here, so let me just add some MIDI data. So now if we just come over here, so if you want to export this MIDI file to a different program, or we could choose to import that MIDI file from a different program. So you can import and export MIDI files very easily. All right, Pretzel Prescott asks, regarding patch scripts, what if the ones you want are not listed in the device menu and you want to add other scripts? What app folder does that go into? So I think it's going to be, we'll take a look in the preferences. So I'll come over here to Finder. So, and it might be in your application data folder on Windows. So we'll go to library, to preferences. So these are basically just going to be text files. You could often find them online for popular keyboards. All right, so just come over here. I think it's going to be in the presets folder. Let's see if it's in. Okay, just in the scripts folder here. And then you can see all of your, so you could just put it into this folder. So you want to go into the Cubase preferences, to scripts, to patch names, inactive, and you could drop it in right there. All right, so we see Mark Rabin just says going on JB's question, says, I'm curious about selection tool on multiple tracks at once for volume. I'm slowly adopting these new methods. All right, so I'll just revert this. So if we wanted to do this, so now if I wanted to take multiple tracks here, I think we can, let's see if we group these together. So now, like if we wanted to just take the volume clip, and let's see if we could do just for a range together. Let's see if we group these. So if these events are grouped together, so let's see if I have to group them. So if I select both of these, we could just, in 14, that we could just say, okay, I want to take all of these selected clips and just adjust without having to do anything. But let's see if we, so we could adjust kind of the clip gain across multiple tracks without doing anything. But with the draw tool, you might have to do it on an individual track basis. All right, so B Complex asks, hi Greg, thanks for the stream again question. How can I relocate MIDI clips or audio clips that accidentally removed from the timeline tracks? Like if they were removed hours ago and undo is not possible. So, you know, audio events, you could, if it was recorded into, so let's say if I come here and I record, all right, so audio clips can have timestamps. So if you still have the audio recording of them, so if we go to like our pool window, we could say, okay, I have these two files that, let's say I erased. I'm going to move them back to my audio folder. So when I put these when I copy these tracks, sorry, wrong. And I put them like in a different location, and I select these two events. What we could do is, if we go to edit, we could say move to origin, and that would automatically place those two events in the original time. There isn't really an equivalent for Midi. So if you deleted like a Midi event, the only way to get it back would be to undo. And I realize that may not be so practical, but an audio event is recorded as a separate entity, whereas Midi is just a component of the dynamic project that's kind of evolving over time. So unless it's been saved at some point, then you may not be able to recover the MIDI data, but you could have the audio automatically kind of if you drop it in, you could have it go to the same exact spot. All right, and B Complex says, for reference, you can store MIDI clips in the clip launching area. It'd be nice if Cubase implemented this too. So, if you wanted to take, if you had a MIDI event that you wanted to store, so let's say we had, if you wanted like a depository for MIDI events, you could come over here to Groove Agent, and now you could take any MIDI event here. And if you want to just drag it to like a Groove Agent pattern pad, you could do that. So you could have 16 pads for, if you have full Groove Agent, you could have 128 pads. So any MIDI clip, you could just, drag it to a Groove Agent pad before erasing it if you wanted to do that. So that could be your launching area if you want it. All right, K76 Music is how to add the same routing to several group channels in one go. If pressing Control and select the group channels or Shift. So if you wanted to take multiple tracks and send them all to the same group. So let's say I want to take all of these tracks. I will add a group channel. Okay, we'll make this a stereo. All right, so if I want to select a number of tracks here and route that to a group, we would hold down the Alt or Option plus Shift. So now I'll say, okay, let's send this to group 1. So now these tracks are all sent to group 1. So if you want to send the same, multiple tracks to the same destination, it's Alt or Shift, and then they could all go to, now they're all going to the left of the stereo output. So whatever you have selected here, Alt or Option plus Shift, and then you could reroute to multiple tracks to the same destination. All right. All right, Pretzel Prescott asks, how would you load Groove Monkey MIDI drum patterns and grooves into Groove Agent? So just like what we showed before is, if we have a part, let's come over here. Let's say I programmed the most amazing drum pattern of all time where we've imported it into our project window. So I'll come here. Let's say I'll just do one measure pattern, and we'll do 2 measures. All right, so whatever pattern that we have here, so let's say, okay, this is, as long as it's in, so if the pattern has been imported into the Cubase project window, we can now just drag it to a pattern pad in Groove Agent. So any Midi, we could just drag it right to a particular pattern pad. Okay. Okay, so we see Dragon Babbitt says, thanks, of course, that's fine, but when I do export MIDI file, there are not lyrics. It seems to be something with sysx data. I don't know what's the problem, so let's see if we come over to, I don't think it would be sysx for the lyrics. I could do some more research on this, but let's just take a look. When we go to the list editor, and I'll just try the standard MIDI file event. If we go to insert, let's say sysx, I don't think, we could put in kind of the hex code here. Maybe through the ASCII. I could do some more research and get you a real answer on Tuesday's live stream. But if you wanted to, do sysx data as well, you could import that in a similar manner. And also make sure that your controller can import lyrics from MIDI files or your keyboard. But I'll see if I'll do some research on it. All right, wonderful to see Kai Wen Franklin on. And Tyreman Guitars asks, how do I record through plugins in real time? All right, so when we have an input channel, so when we go to our mix console view here, we have an input channel. So if you wanted to monitor plugins, and we can see our input channel if we come over here to our mix console in the lower zone. So if you want to, monitor through the plugins, all you'd have to do is make sure that your studio setup, that when you select the audio interface, that you don't have direct monitoring turned on. And then we could record a dry signal. So if we're recording on this track and we have a guitar amp simulator, all right, so we have this, and so this will record the track dry and monitor through this plugin. If we want to actually record through the plugin, we would go to the input channel. And the input channel, we could open this up and we could put a compressor. So say I want a black valve compressor, and then going into my distortion, so I'll get to my VST amp rack. So now when it's on the input channel, this signal is going to be recorded through these effects. We can't undo that. That's like printing through the effects to the channel itself. So if you want to record the effects on input, put it on the input channel. If you want to monitor the effects, place the effects on the channel that you're recording and make sure that you have the direct monitoring off. What the direct monitoring will do is take the input, the physical input, and pass it directly to the physical output of your audio interface, bypassing the entire software effects. So that will minimize latency, but you don't hear any effects. So. All right, so Fly V, I just see simple standard recording mixing. I've always used standard. Does that matter? So this will just show you what particular parameters, like, so we see these, if we click in the lower left-hand corner, these will just show you kind of different, these are basically presets of different track control settings. So what controls you want to see here. So if you want to see more, like when you're mixing, you may not see the monitoring options. So, you know, so standard is fine. Many people never realize that these could be customized. If you click here in the setup window for all these different types of tracks, they could be customized to show which icons appear and which icons are hidden. So, but you know, if you have access to all the controls you need, you're fine. All right, Jack Bourne is wishing that everyone is warm and safe. Yeah. United States, we have snow and fires. So, yeah, kind of the two extremes. And Mark Raven is 33 degrees Fahrenheit in Montana. It's not too bad for Montana this time of year. And 34 degrees in Weatherford, Texas. I'll share my temperature. We're 31 here outside of Washington, D.C. And Uno Momento is minus 5 degrees Celsius in Finland. All right, so you see Matthew Mazzoni says, Greg for the win, thank you. I can't wait to try this later today. Says that's indeed what I meant. I think that will work. Yeah, okay, good. And that's referring to the Groove Agent output routing. All right, so we see from Chaser, it says the issues, the folders that they don't get saved. You did mention regarding that, so let me scroll back up here to find, just to refresh my memory in the question. Okay, this is about the plugin manager. There are no folder plugins present. So let me scroll back down. All right. Okay, so we see the issue is the folders that they don't get saved. You did not mention regarding that. All right, so when you install VST3 plugins, the VST3 plugins all go into a common folder. So VST2 plugins could be scattered and could go into like 100 different plugin destined folders, where different companies would install their plugins into different folders and people couldn't find a folder. So with VST3 plugins, then they all go into a unified folder. so that you don't have to define a folder. It's automatically a known entity. So if you're not seeing the folders, those folders probably are for VST2 plugins, and if you're running an Apple Silicon, then you may not see the VST2 plugins folder because VST2 doesn't work in Apple Silicon, which is why you don't see the options for that. All right. Sorry, my chat field jumped. All right. David Lamers asks, "Hi, Greg. Is there a release date for Nuendo 14?" So none that's been publicly announced. So generally, Steinberg said it would be early in 2014 or in 2025 for Nuendo 14. So it's usually several months after the Cubase release. So, but there's nothing public that I could share at this point. But it's coming soon. So. All right, so we see from Eras Eisen says, "I wish MIDI and audio would be combined, like the plugin unifies, so audio plugins that receive MIDI, like vocoders, could have MIDI routes to them automatically without the need to open a MIDI channel, etc." So, some plugins will allow you to do some stuff like that, but often when utilizing something like a vocoder, you're often using like the MIDI information and the chords that are on a MIDI track as the carrier going in. So often it makes more sense to have the flexibility to take an existing MIDI part and route that to the plugin if necessary, or duplicate it and take the existing part. So you may want the chords from one track to be the basis for the vocoder. So that way you could just take those particular chords from that track and send it to the vocoder. All right, Mark Raven's dog Stella thinks that every one of us is beautiful and possibly could dispense treats. So we'll give more virtual dog treats to Stella. Make sure she's happy. See, Michael Teams is saying his pups love being out in the snow. My cat's a little tired of the snow. So. All right, so we see Jazzy Lamel just ask, "Hey Greg, one more time, can you show me where the musical mode is? I missed it last time, I couldn't get it." All right, so if we have an audio file selected, all we would have to do, it's going to be from the info line, so we'll select our event, and then we'll see musical mode. It's usually right around here. If for some reason you don't see it there, you could right click, make sure that musical mode is actually turned on. So if it's disabled, and you could physically move this up, and the higher it goes in the list, the more to the left it goes. Another way of accessing musical mode for an event, to enable musical mode, is just to go into the pool window from the media menu, And then we could see whether all these tracks are in musical mode. So we could just enable musical mode directly there as well. So once again, from the info line or from the pool window, you'll see musical mode right here. All right, Amato Solo asks, hi, I've imported SpectralLayers stems into a Cubase project and I'm getting phasing issues as soon as I put them in musical mode. Can you shed some light on this? So what I would do is probably render them as files. So let's come over, see if I still have this in my... All right, so say... All right, so we have all of our... So what I want to do now is take all of these parts and I'm going to drag them in. So SpectralLayers is kind of broken down all of the parts. I'll put these onto different tracks. And what I would do at this point, when if you wanted to put them into, I think you said musical mode, I would render these files. I would take all these files and let's just do a duplicate track version. And now what I want to do at this point is we'll choose, go to your audio menu and we'll say bounce selection. And at this point, we could just, you know, so we'll come here and as we play back, now it's just playing back as a normal audio file. And then you should be able to place it into musical mode. So once you have this, the layers out, and why I did it as track versions, if I need to go back, we could go back to the original unmixed files, and here we have the track versions where this is going to be the rendered file, so it's just normal audio file, and then you could place it into musical mode. See, Michael Teams played a Pink Floyd cover for in front of David Gilmour. That's a great story. All right, so you see George says, I'm sure it's been pointed out before, but I find that the new clip gain feature is causing problems when zoomed in on a project. So let's say if we have all of these, you know, so, you know, other ways to access it. So, you know, so I'm not sure if it's like when you're, like if it's super small like that, so there has to be like some point where the clip gain at a certain zoom level will go, but you could always, even if we don't see it, you know, if I have these events selected, I could, you know, accomplish the same thing just by grabbing the volume from the info line as the clip gain. So even if the handle isn't visible, you know, you could always come like pretty much straight center in the info line and adjust the clip gain for the selected events as well. just reading through comments. All right. All right, Bratman Studio says, people, please hit the like button. All right. All right, so it's Prezel Prescott. Thanks for the phonetic pronunciation spelling. Appreciate that. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. So we see B Complex says, aha, thanks for the Groove Agent MIDI deposit tip. All right, Mike Braley just asked, hi Greg, when entering MIDI notes with the mouse, how do you enter different note lengths without dragging them out? Changing the note value in the menu, are there hotkeys? I see you just click. All right. Let me add. All right, so I think that let's just have our quantize value here. So let's say, okay, I have quarter notes. So when I put in notes here, it's quarter. If we switch our quantize value to half notes, now it's half notes, and there are hotkeys. Let me see if I could. But yeah, there are assignable hotkeys for that as well. So let me just refresh my memory. Sometimes. So you could assign kind of hotkeys here for the different quantize. Just see. So you can assign kind of your own hotkeys to these. So I just used option +1. Let's say the half note, option +2, quarter, option +3. So now as I just want to come in here, I can say option +3, and we're putting in quarter notes, option +2. I could enter half notes in. So you could just kind of change those particular values right here. So let's say option +1, whole note. So, or you could just manually change it, but you can set key commands on the set quantize value. All right, so we see Michael Teams says having a problem adding a template to Cubase 14 when I try to bring in the CPR file. It tries to open in Cubase 13, then error messages pop up. Need to get it in C14. Any help is appreciated. So it could be like when you're in, like you could assign a new file association with the program. So it's probably going to be just something along the lines of, I'll show you on similar on Windows. So if I come here, we could just right click and say open with Cubase 14. So at that point you could associate the project, but you could also just simply, instead of double clicking to open the project, just come over here and say open, and then navigate to the project once you're in Cubase 14. But it's just your extension, the .cpr extension is set in your operating system to open Cubase 13 as opposed to Cubase 14. Okay. All right, so we see Flyvee is going to check out for quick doctor's appointment. Wonderful to see Graham Witcher checking in from Oxford. All right, we have Tom Messina checking in from Franklinton, North Carolina. This is coming in late, but happy to be here. So if you're late, you have to hit the like button immediately. That's the punishment for being tardy. All right, Tom Messina's question is, how can I hide tracks in the mix console using other characteristics than track type? All right, so let's say if we come here, I want to hide, let's say these tracks. So I think there is just a standard hide selected tracks key command. So let me just hold down the correct modifier key, that would help. So if we want, so you always have a visibility tab here. So you could just hide the tracks directly here on the left-hand side. So if you go from the inspector to visibility, you can pick and choose, and you could just kind of hold down. And if you want to only see the drums, if it's in a folder track, you could shift, double click, and hide everything except that, or just choose to see the tracks. But just kind of going to the visibility settings, I think that if there are keyboard shortcuts, so if I have, let's say, every other track selected here, I want to hide these, I think we could assign a MIDI remote. And I think if we go under hide selected tracks, hide selected channels under channel and track visibility, that now when I just hit that one button, we get to the mix console. I want to take these tracks and hide those. I can now just hit that button and those tracks can be hidden just like that. All right, wonderful to see Dave McKay in from Nashville on, where it's 31 degrees. Okay, sorry, my chat field jumped. All right. All right, so we have Real773, great to see you on, checking in from snowy Chicago. All right, he just says, thanks so much for answering my question last week about listening to frequency. I appreciate y'all. Thanks for joining us again. Hope you're doing well in Chicago and staying warm. Eric A asks, is there an option to have tracks inherit the color of a folder when they are moved into the folder? Not by default. There's lots of people that may want to have a folder color that's completely independent of the track colors. So there isn't a setting to do that. You could manually set the color. So if you're, and while, I can see it as an option, sometimes you have to be really careful not to change like different things automatically and assume that everyone wants, because people may want their folders to be, the tracks to have independent colors within the folder. So, if this track is, that color, so just dragging that in shouldn't automatically change the color, but you can change it manually. But I'll kind of see if there can be an option to, like, maybe right click, assume color of parent track or something like that. So, but currently there isn't a way to automatically have the track assume the color, and there could be lots of ramifications with that as well. All right, Michael Teams wants everyone to smash the like button. Mark Rabin just asks, Greg, what type of music does your cat like? I'm not sure if he has a musical preference or not. He's usually sleeping during the day. He likes to kind of be up at night and, get me up at like 5:30 in the morning to let him out. So, I haven't noticed any inclination towards anything. So, but I'll do some experiments and see. I'll turn him into a Beatles fan. So, all right. So Mark Rabin is like number 89. All right. We have Randy from ProWash DFW's back. Thanks for joining us. All right. Gerald Ely's popping in and hit the like button. Say hi. He's going to rewatch the stream later. All right, Amato Solo says, thank you. Does it matter if I imported stems from SpectralLayers Pro 11? No, and that's exactly kind of what I did before doing that. So I just imported the stems and then I just rendered them as an audio file so that they're just being treated as a regular audio file, not having to do all of that through and still playing through unmixed SpectralLayers. All right, so see from Matthew Mazzoni says just an update. I think the Groove Agent fix worked. Thank you. So thanks for letting us know. Sorry for misunderstanding initially. All right, Michael Pierce has granted us with a New Year's soup recipe of heat olive oil, 1 diced onion and 1 diced garlic, and chili flakes, soften tins white bean, lima beans, 1 large diced potato, plus stock, simmer for 20, seasoned, dried diced parsley, and olive oil for dressing. Sounds great. Always grateful to have Michael Pierce's soup recipes. Okay, so we see all right, so a question from JD Yasharl says, when using an instrument that allows to get Midi, when dragging the Midi into Cubase, I get a time sync error. Okay, so I think all instruments allow you to get Midi, but so try try with a simple instrument or like something straightforward like Groove Agent and see if you get the same results. So let's say if I have my instrument track here and we have Groove Agent. And let's say we're just kind of playing along here. Okay, so right now I have this pattern playing. Now, one thing is with Groove Agent, before you drag a pattern, you may want to just kind of click on this button here that says Omni. And when I drag, I'm going to drag this pattern over here, and now we play it back. So if it's from Groove Agent, try to make sure, and what this allows you to do is you could have different MIDI ports for triggering the patterns versus the notes for playing the patterns back. So try to, if you're utilizing Groove Agent for that, just kind of to drag that out. If it's with another instrument, just make sure that as you're doing, sometimes the MIDI files, like some instruments will do MIDI files, and something that can mess it up is when you drag a MIDI file in, you're basically importing the MIDI file, and when you go to the import options, you could just make sure they have ignore master tracks on merge. So try to, if it's like a plugin that has MIDI data in it, try to turn this off. Otherwise, if that pattern has like a particular tempo associated with the MIDI file, that MIDI file will come in with a tempo and may not be in sync with your particular project. But as you can see, it's like pretty straightforward. Like Groove Agent here, I could just say, I want to take this pattern, go to this pattern, do a fill, and then go back to this pattern. So as we play it, we'll go to the secondary pattern there. Right here, we're going to do a drum fill. And then back to our original pattern. So it's pretty straightforward. So see if you get it working with Groove Agent. If it's with like another instrument, try to go to your preferences. And under MIDI file, import options, try to ignore the master track data, because sometimes if it has embedded tempo information, that tempo information will get embedded when you drag it in. All right, so we see from FlyV, Groove Agent is really loud. I have everything volume-wise turned all the way down in the mix console, and it's still loud. So, make sure that you have, it could be, like sometimes people in the mix console may hide, if you add Groove Agent as a MIDI track, if you're routing to it through a MIDI track, you may have MIDI volume that is still overall loud. But let me know, FlyV, Vince, if you see that there's an actual fader for Groove Agent that you're pulling down, and if it's still loud, or if you want to send a project to me, just you don't have to send any audio files, or a screenshot. I could probably take a look at it for you as well. See, Nuendo is working on Michael Pierce's soup recipe. All right, Amato Solo asks, is there a way to perform a mix down in various formats, maybe through a render queue or an export batch? So yeah, if I want to take this, we have what we call it export queues. So if I come to my file and I can do an export audio mix down, what we could do, we'll just make this a little shorter here. So we could come over and we see this export queue. So now what we can do is we say, okay, I want to export. We'll take this. And I want to now export this as a 44.1 WAV file, 16-bit. So I'm going to come right over here and add it to the queue. I want to export this as a 24-bit 48K file. Add it to the queue. Come over, let's export this as a 32-bit float 96K file. Add it to the queue. I want this to be an MP3 at 48K with 320K. So we could just add it to the queue, and then all you'd have to do is start the queue export. And then it would just one by one go through all these different scenarios. And this could be for multi-track, mix downs, so any combination that you would see fit. So just put it into the export queue, and then once you have it set up, add it to the queue. And then you could batch export to multiple file formats very easily. All right, we see Michael Teams give him 3 cheers to Jazz Dude. Sounds good. Give him 3 hip hip hoorays. All right. Okay, so Anthony Clark asks, hi all, happy Friday. Question, what is the difference between the rack and the instrument in the VSTi section? Which one is better to save the CPU on templates when opening it back? So it could depend. So traditionally, like when we go to our VSTIs, when we look at our project, that we could have instrument tracks and instrument racks. So this is one of those like where we have to kind of maintain legacy for project compatibility and kind of people's almost muscle memory of workflows. So it started off that when VST instruments were new, no one thought that they would take off. It's funny to look back now. It proved to be incredibly popular and successful. But we want it to be almost like you had a rack of MIDI modules. So, and I still have a huge rack of MIDI modules because I'm that old. So, you'd go out to your JV1080, go out to your K2000, go out to your Proteus. And so that was the concept, that you would take a MIDI track, and MIDI wasn't differentiated. And the MIDI track could go to a MIDI hardware device, or it could go directly to a VST instrument. And that VST instrument, we could have the VST instrument, take that same exact data, and it would route it, and it would follow the paradigm of our VST instrument rack that we see here. And that was good because it worked the same way, because we could have instruments like we see Halley and Sonic, and when we have Halley and Sonic, we could have 16 MIDI channels. So this is very similar conceptually to like a Proteus, a K2000. a JV 1080. So when we open this up, we could have 16 different sounds. Everything could be accessible here. Then there's a generation of people that started that never worked with those devices, and they wanted a very simplified experience. So we added the capability of just having an instrument track. Now the instrument track would initially made it simple because instrument tracks only had a stereo output. So when we go to like an instrument rack, we see that when we add an instrument rack, that we have a MIDI track that will be added, and that is routed to this, and this is the audio return channel of the instrument. So we have the MIDI part and the audio part. An instrument track kind of combines those two. But initially, instrument tracks were only going to be monotimbral and stereo out. And people wanted the ease of kind of the, of having the consolidation of the audio MIDI into one part. And instrument tracks have kind of taken off. And since that point, instrument tracks have become multi-timbral, meaning that we could have multiple MIDI tracks and multiple MIDI outputs on them. So running instruments between most people, I would say there's no significant CPU advantage of using them, depending if you're using them in the same way. Some people tend to, if you have an instrument such as the Groove Agent or the Hallian Sonic, where we see our 16 outputs here, 16 channels. When we open up one VST instrument, most instruments like this where we have a multi-timbral, where we have 16 different sounds, bass, keys, drums, Fender Rhodes, pianos, synths. Most instruments of this type only take one CPU processor. So some people would notice that their performance would increase if they used all instrument tracks instead. Because they're only using one CPU core for each of them. Now instruments have been updated, so in Hallian Sonic, we could come over here and utilize multiple cores. So if we want to activate multiple cores, that's really not an issue. So I would say that most people gravitated to instrument tracks because it's more convenient. If you're running different instruments hosted on an external platform such as VE Pro, most of those people still use instrument racks that are hosted on the VE Pro server, and you send a MIDI track to that. So if you use them exactly the same way, there's no real significant CPU advantage. So I think most people, by a quick rule of thumb is most people using virtual instruments will use instrument tracks. And if you're using external MIDI, going to a keyboard, then a MIDI track would be used for that. But no significant difference CPU usage-wise. Okay. So Kai-Wen Franklin just says, Greg, will Groove Agent get some updated templates for music styles like lo-fi or reggaeton types of tracks? So there's lots of different expansion packs that are available for Groove Agent. So if you want to come over, let's say if you go to the Steinberg download assistant, I'll just kind of give you an idea, or we could actually just take a look at the Steinberg site. You could spend a lifetime going through all of the add-on content that is available. So let's come over here. So let's say if we go to let's say Groove Agent expansions. So just to give you an idea of some of the breadth of the, how many different Groove Agent expansions are available with different styles. So, there's a lot that could be done here with this type of content right here for those different styles. Plus, there's tons of different loop sets available as well. All right, Ryan English asks, hey Greg, just curious why my MIDI remote I've set up doesn't automatically work when I open a new project. I have to open up Mapping Assistant each time and load a setting. So, make sure that, again, I haven't run into this. I've seen other people that have, and I think it might be related to, what I've seen on some other systems is something is claiming and kind of taking over the MIDI port communication. So sometimes it is, like we discussed earlier, going to be it's utilized for a Mackie control or generic remote, and that is kind of taking over the settings. I've also seen some discussions where they're running into this, think that it's like if it's a map that they made that it's not recalling the correct MIDI port assignment. When it doesn't see it, then you have to redefine it. So I know that Steinberg is working on it to see if they could figure out why some people are running into it and why many aren't. So we'll see what happens in maybe the next maintenance release with it. And see, Ryan's also mentioning it with generic remote old versions, it would be loaded up and ready to go. So yeah, make sure you still don't have the generic remote still active. All right, so Michael Pierce has a question. Says probably something deep in my setup when I bounce or freeze any selected track in the project arrange window is muted. Any ideas why? Tape machine mode. Eek. All right, so I don't think that I'll just drag a file in here quickly. I feel the All right, so we have this file here. So I know that when we do render in place, that when you get to the render settings, it's often set up to mute the source track by default. So that's kind of the default behavior with that, but usually freezing. So I'll come over here, I'll freeze the track. That doesn't affect the mute. That doesn't affect the mute status. It's just gonna, and if we do that for an audio file, or an instrument track, if I come over here and that we could, just freeze this, but if we also just kind of do a bounce selection. So let's say if I'm just drag. Okay, this track is frozen. So I haven't seen render doing a bounce selection, or so let's do a bounce selection of these events. All right, so that doesn't mute the events, but usually rendering by default will. So Michael, just let me know if by chance you're doing a render in place as opposed to freezing or bounce selections. And if the event is visually muted or the track is muted. All right. And people giving shout outs to Agent K and Jan for the Cubase Index. All right. All right, Rob asks, please show how to add multiple samples onto one pad in Beat Agent. Okay, so we come over here, let's add an instrument track to a Groove Agent kit. So we have a Beat Agent kit here. I'm going to go over and let's say I have some, let's get to my favorites, and I have some like snare one shots here. So I'm going to select these, and what I want to do is to drag them onto a single pad, and we see that we could do this if I drag it with 3 dots, with 3 squares. It's going to automatically map it to like the number of pads, so you can see all those pads will get highlighted. If I drag it to 2, I could replace samples that are already there. But if I just do 1 square at the top, they're all now just pasted. You could have up to 32 different velocity levels directly there on one single pad. So as you drag it in, you could do, if I come over here and I have 3 squares, that means that each of the layers is placed on its own individual pad. If I drag these in and put it where 1 square, so 2 squares replacing 1 square, it's going to add all those samples onto a single pad, like that. All right. All right, and we had a question while we were here of someone wanted to take, this is the last live stream, we had this question where someone wanted to remove 1 sample from layered samples on a single pad. So let's say we have 4 samples on this pad, and we wanted to remove just this 1 layer. So the question was like how to remove just 1 single layer from multi-samples on a pad, and what I was having a brain cramp with that, so I would come over here and remove the samples and would remove all of the samples, which was kind of not what we wanted to do. But I figured out how to do this. So if we want to remove 1 sample, we need to just come here, and then we could put it into the pad edit mode. So once we do this, I can now right click on this 1 sample and say remove samples, and now we could have our 3 samples as opposed to the 4 samples that we had before. So again, it's kind of a subtle thing. So if you have multiple samples on a pad and you want to remove 1 of those samples and leave the others intact, click on where we see the word pad right here below the folder, like for opening up the library manager. Click there, and then you could click on the sample you want, and then choose remove samples. All right. All right, so you see Michael Pierce says, yes, the render in place works fine. It's freeze and bounce, it's muting. So yeah, if you want to send a file to me, I'd be happy to take a look at it. All right, John Patterson Music asks, hi Greg, Happy New Year. I'm using Easy Bass, and I use the MIDI editor in Cubase to edit, etc. What is the best way to add articulations slide, hammer on, etc. within the editor. So often I don't have Easy Bass on this computer, but I'll open up like the electric bass plugin inside of Halion Sonic or Halion. So I'll come over here and let's say, and what we have here are different keys that have different slide articulations. And all right, so let's say I'll just come over here and we'll just record a quick bass line. All right, so now when we want to just kind of come over here, we could say, okay, let's go into our editor. And when we look at the instrument, we can see, okay, we want to just, and some of these can be just triggered. If you hit it softly, you could just kind of change the particular. So if I hit it hard, like the articulation could rise in pitch. If I hit it soft, it could kind of go down. So what we want to do is just come over and let's say between like this last note, I will just kind of say, okay, let's just record. Let's see if it's. So I could just say, okay, let's put it, and let me just change my snap settings here. Okay, so I'll just kind of put in this articulation here. And let's say I'll make that a softer velocity. So I'm not sure how Easy Bass does it, but you may have different articulations that will allow you to kind of have these natural, you know, if you want it like dead notes in between or like fret noise. So you could, just so that you can now have those kind of natural articulations on keys that are maybe out of the range of the instrument. So see if that is how the Easy Bass works, if they have kind of addressable slides and articulations that you can access from within the key editor. Okay. Okay. So we see Phil Bartlett from Victoria, Australia. Thanks for joining us in the middle of the night. Hey Greg, my wife and I produce jingles from time to time. 400 years ago, I used Notator, which would stop the entire jingle precisely at 30 seconds. Can Cubase do this? All right, so let's say we want to switch our timeline here to seconds. So if you want a 30-second spot, we can now come over here, and we could put a marker at 30 seconds. So I'm going to add, let's say, a marker track. If you want, let's just come. Okay, so we can now just put marker right at 30 seconds, and we can say transport. You could say play product range. So if you wanted to only play, so let's say we have 30 seconds and we have our left and right locators set. You could set the, play, let's see, play project range. So you could say, play selection range. So if that is selected, or you could say play to next marker. So if we just go to transport, play range, play until next marker. I feel the weight. And then when it gets to the marker at 30 seconds, it will stop. So you could just have it. And then this marker's at 30 seconds. So again, just come over here and you could just have it play until the next marker. So a lot of people do that for jingles as well. All right, so we see Mark Raven just mentioning Michael Pierce. He says he remembers a folder you could dump to toss out preferences to start fresh. I'm not sure if that still works. Yeah, you could try that, start the program, holding down Command Option Shift on Mac or Alt Control Shift on Windows. And you could try to, when you do this, you'll get like the safe startup menu. So you could try to disable the program preferences, Michael, and see if that makes any differences for you. That way you don't have to throw them out and trash them. You could just temporarily disable and see if the behavior changes for you. That's a good point, Mark. Thanks for bringing that up. All right, so we see Nick Saya. Thanks for joining us. Says, I'm noticing that the meter in the control room, which is RMS, is reading much different than Wave's PAZ meter or Slate FG meter, both RMS. Cubase much hotter reading. Is it set wrong? So let me know if you see the control room. So if you're seeing the meter here, and let me know, what could make a difference is if you're in the mix console, if you are, so like, let's just put this in a quick loop. So if we adjust our volume here, we obviously see that adjust. So I'm not sure if you have those other meters in the control room, Or, because now if we come to our control room level, we could adjust kind of the control room, and the control room level could be affected, but not the meter of the master fader. So your control room gain may be affecting it. So if you have that, if you have this control room up louder than and your master volume attenuated, you'll see that those meters will reflect differently. So if I come over here, my control room is affected by the control room level. So, and as I bring this up, I guess, but let me know, Nick, where you have the particular plugins, like where in the signal flow you have them. All right, so Gareth is just asking, can't remember if I play cello or double bass. So double bass is my instrument, so never really tried, and never actually tried playing a cello. But yeah, so I did string. I played, in high school, kind of electric bass, and switched to string bass in college. It's a great way to freak out your parents, switching instruments 2 weeks before your audition. All right. There you see Mark is taking his dog Stella out for a quick walk. All right, so Anthony Clark is just asking how to nudge samples in the project in one sample or 1 millisecond at the time. I found it jumping in value. Thank you. So it could really depend on your actual, so you could, your nudging is going to be, so if we want to do this, we could have an independent nudge. So let me make sure I have my nudge palette visible. All right, so I'm going to activate the nudge palette here. Okay, so right click, and I'm just going to put it after the transport controls. All right, so right now when I nudge, we could see that, right. And let me make sure it's enabled. All right, so now we have our nudge. So we could have this linked to grid. So right now my time is set to seconds. So now I could choose to nudge by 1 millisecond. So as soon as I come over here, we could extend the nudge controls, and I can nudge this value over by 1 millisecond. If I come here and we choose samples, I could nudge in intervals of different samples. So if I want to nudge at the sample level, I could nudge here, and we could see kind of the start and end position adjust by 1 sample. Now, many times what we want to do is to be in bars and beats, but be able to nudge in different time formats. So if I don't want it linked to my particular time, what I could just say is I want to nudge in seconds, let's say 1 millisecond, while maintaining my project window at bars and beats. So now as I nudge, I can nudge by 1 millisecond at a time. Or if we choose to nudge in samples, so we could have kind of independent nudging time formats from what is actually the master primary time display. So now I could nudge at 1 sample. So make sure that you have, when you go to right click, that you have the nudging turned on. And then you have the option to nudge in different time formats linked to the primary time display or set independently. All right. Okay, so Michael Pierce is asking, if I have a pre-recorded MIDI part, can I live record additional modulation data using external keyboard by hitting and modulating over the pre-recorded file? Okay, so I'm not sure if, let's see if we could do this quickly, because I jumped to some of the mailed in questions. So. Okay, so let's take this part here. All right, so say we'll take this. So can I have record additional modulation data using an external keyboard by hitting record and modulating over? So let's say if you want to do, I'm not sure if you want modulators or just, and if you want to, just try. Find something that's more. Okay, so we hear the modulation here. Okay, so if I pre-record MIDI part, can I live record additional modulation data using external keyboard by hitting record and modulating? All right, so this could matter is if you want to record like the MIDI CC1, you want to put the MIDI record mode, and you could just put it into merge if you want. And now as I record, and now when we look at it, the MIDI CC data can be just merged. I think by default it may just put it on new parts, which would stack it, but now I could have the modulation data directly there as embedded in the part if we choose merge. All right, great to see David M. All right, so we see Nick Saya just says my chord pads in 14 haven't been working. Any fix? So make sure, you know, a lot of people sometimes may have the chord pads and not have them turned on. So one, make sure that they're turned on, and make sure that like the MIDI input for the track is set to all MIDI inputs or directly from the chord pads. So if it's set to a different controller, it may not work there, so check those things. All right, let me jump to some of the questions that were mailed in before we run out of time. All right, so we had this question last two live streams of how to, if we have stacked audio, how to cut the layers, like just the top layer, right? And what we are running into in this scenario is when we cut an event that is stacked audio where we have our multiple just add our track control settings here. Yeah. Okay, so if we see all of our lanes here, so if I cut using the scissors tool, that's going to cut all of the lanes together, and what the question wanted to do is just to cut the top layer. So if we go to edit, I think it's under functions, we'll see split at cursor. So I'm going to select the layer here, and I've assigned this to a keyboard shortcut. So let's say my cursor is here and I split. So make sure to select the event and then do a split at cursor. And then when you open up the lanes, it's only that top lane is cut and none of the other events are cut. So just move the cursor where you want it cut. And let's say I have this is my active lane. You know, we can now cut only at the active top lane when that's done. So instead of using the normal scissors tool, move the cursor, and I assigned that function, select it, I assign that function directly, and when we look at it, it's only cutting the top layer. So use the split at cursor command. All right, we also had a question on the last live stream about easily a technique for setting the modulation automation data, like two different nodes to the same value easily. So let's come over here. All right, so let's say we have automation nodes that are all kind of all over the place, and we wanted to set two automation nodes to the same value. So I actually came up with a macro for this. So we'll go to our key commands, and what I want to do is we got to do kind of two things. So I'm going to select the event that I want to be the same, or the node. So if I want this automation node to be the same as the previous node here, so I want to take this node and have it the same exact value as the previous node. I'm going to select this. Then we could add a macro that's navigate add left, which would add this node. We're going to edit the info line. We're going to switch focus to next and then focus forward. So once I run this particular macro, so I'll come here, I'll run that macro. So it's selected everything. What you want to do now is hold Control or Command and then Enter. And that will set it to the same value. So again, if I want to take this automation node here and have it, we'll select this automation node right here. And I want this as the same value as that one. Run the macro. So just these 4 steps. And then hold down Control or Command plus the Enter key. So hold Control or Command key down, then hit Enter, and it will nudge it to the same exact value that it was. So that's how we could do that in kind of a more streamlined fashion than copying and pasting. So again, if I want to take that node, run a macro, Control Command, and those 2 automation nodes will be the same exact value. I think that was from B Complex. All right, the next one. Okay, so we see, it says, "Hi Greg, I'm trying to figure out how in Groove Agent to save an output routing setup. I'm trying to make it easier and quicker that whenever I load a different kit, so I've gone through one kit and set the outputs the way I like them, i.e. kick output 3, snare output 5, and so on, and can have them all as separate instruments to mix outside of Groove Agent. When I load a different kit, though, they all go back to the default output routings. Is there a way to save the routing for easy loading? All right, so let's come over here. We'll go to our Groove Agent. Okay, so let's say if I want to come over here. One of the things that we can do, let's say if we have multiple outputs going on here, so as we have our kick and snare, one of the things that you could do is just click, make sure you're in the instrument tab, and then we could click on our outputs. We're going to lock the outputs, and now as I load up a different kit, I could just come right over here and say, let's go to like a Beat Agent kit. So I'll just come right over here and we'll load up a different kit, and those outputs for those pads will be preserved. All right, now if we're doing this with a kind of not necessarily within a Beat Agent kit, and we have our pattern set here, and we're playing, let's say, our pattern. Okay, so let's say we have this pattern. So we set our outputs right here. What we could do is save different presets. So let's say if I change kits here, I will just come over. So let's say we have this. All right. So what we could do is save these output routings as presets. So I could just say multi-out. And now all of my outputs will be preserved. So if I switch to a completely different kit here, at this point, I could just recall the multi-out as a preset. So you could lock the outputs with Beat Agent kits, or you could just simply come over and have presets with all the routing stored, and you could just click right here to store those particular presets. All right, so next question, Greg. I have an issue all the time. I can't figure out what I'm doing to cause this. I always have the combined selection tools button pushed. In the lower half of the selection, the cursor will still be the object selection tool. In the upper half will still range selection tool. I love this feature. It seems like after a little while in Cubase, however, it won't show the range selection tool on the cursor. When in the upper half, it will still perform pretty much as the range selection tool, but it doesn't show the correct cursor in some. And same if I was in a selected part. I feel like maybe I just have a setting off or something, but it's pretty annoying. If I close Cubase completely and get back to it and start a new project, it'll work perfectly again for a while, but then it'll go back to not working. So I haven't run into that. So I have my combined selection tool. So when I come over here, but the one thing to, that could throw some people off is if it's like a really small height, you may, like the vertical height may make a difference. So when we're doing our edits, I could have my range tool, or I could now move my events here. So, but if you have smaller track heights, it could be harder to kind of distinguish between the two zones, but I haven't had any issues with the functionality kind of stopping work. So, but make sure that the height, maybe increase the vertical height of the track that you're editing, and there is a preference for that if you go to editing to enlarge selected track. So if I just select this track, that one could be tighter. So see if you make it vertically increase the size, if that makes a difference for you. All right. So we say a question, I'd like to select just part of a song in an audio track and drop it into the sampler to edit the sample with the functions that the sampler offers. What is the easiest way to do this? Okay, so let's say we have, we want to take a selection of a song here. So I want to take just that particular selection and drop that into the sampler track. So what I would do is, or I'll just take, we'll do this one here. So I would just take this selection, and when you drag this into the sampler control, it's going to take the entire audio file. But if I want, and the question was they don't want the entire file, just a selection of the file. So I would just come over here, go to audio, and we would choose bounce selection, and then just drag that selection in. And now you are only dealing with that section, that highlighted region, as opposed to the entire sample library. All right, and we see how to set different samples to play them on one MIDI keyboard at the same time. Is there a limit to how many? So, when we deal with the sampler track, that's only going to play one sample at a time. And if you wanted more samples, at once, consider using like the Beat Agent kits in Groove Agent. So as soon as we come over here, we could just say the Beat Agent kits, and now you could have up to 128 samples with 32 velocity layers, and have that all preserved for you. All right, and the next question, how to save my edited sample to a sample library for further use in the future. So all you have to do is come right over here. We can just click in the track preset name. We'll call this track preset. So I'll go ahead and we'll save it. Save a track preset. We'll call it January 10th, 2025. And now at this point, when we come over to our media bay, we could say, we'll go to user presets, track presets, sampler, and here's our January 10th, 2025. And you could just drag and drop that sample track just like that into other projects. All right, so next question. My SSD is showing signs of quitting, so I copied the folder with all my Cubase projects and pasted on another drive. Now when I'm opening up the project from the new location, all MIDI works as expected. The audio though, which is all my vocals, won't make a sound, even though the audio tracks look correct with waveforms and all. I haven't changed anything in the folder structure, so all the files and folders belonging to the project is in the project folder. I also had a setting in preferences switched on, copy all files to project folder. I had that setting switched on before moving the projects folder. I've also made lots of edits to the audio files, which I wouldn't want to lose. I've checked the routing and also tried to route in other ways. The tracks are not muted. I've checked in the pool, and it looks like they all have the correct path. Any ideas how to solve this problem? So it sounds a little strange, but make sure that the actual audio files are, because sometimes it may load up the images of the files, but make sure if you go into the pool window, see if, when you come over here, if you could audition the different files. And, see if you could actually just, again, audition to see if the files are actually there, or if it's just maybe like the images of those files. And look in the pool and make sure that this location looks like it's reflecting the new path that you've done. So, in next question, I'm going to replace my C drive next week with a faster and larger SSD. Anything Cubase or plugin related you'd recommend before doing before or after that to avoid any problems. So the Cubase stuff is pretty straightforward. As long as Cubase knows where to find its content. I just did the same exact thing, right after this past weekend. I was just kind of rebuilding my whole studio PC. I just kind of decided to take it down from scratch and put in a new SSD, new OS, all that. And there was really, I would say of all the different companies, that the Steinberg was like super easy and really hassle-free, and nothing really to, just deactivate. Once you're in your new SSD, you could probably just deactivate your old one. I needed to do that because I had a new operating system. You may not need to do that depending how your system was migrated. All right, so we had a question about musical mode. After I align all my voices with free warp, I would like to make some slight tempo changes to the song, but when I set the events to musical mode, they lose their time position and they do not return after deselecting musical mode. So if we've done like a lot of changes, let me just revert to this, and we want to, we've done like warping changes. I was just doing this last night with Grandmaster Flash and a Tracy Chapman project. It's kind of cool, catching up with Flash. So let's say if I have like vocals that I've edited here. Okay.
Only want to know you, only want to lift you higher. I want to be the one who you call when it's cold, and baby, I will be your fire.
All right, so let's say I've done warping on that to change the rhythm.
Only want to know you, only want to lift you higher. I want to be the one who you call when it's cold, and baby, I will be your fire.
All right, so I just kind of free warped that, just so if you want to see it kind of visually, I'll zoom in so that you could see kind of the changes between the two different track versions. So what I would do is duplicate that track version, and then once you have those events, I would go to audio and bounce the selection. So now, like here, I have the original file. I have my file with warp edits, and we can see those rhythmic changes between those two. And now I have a file that's not warped, that's just playing back a regular audio file. And then I could change the tempos of that in musical mode. And if I need to, for some reason, go back and change the warp or go back to the original file, I could just switch between the different track versions very easily. All right. All right, so we had a question. I use various A to D, D to A converters for converting recording drums, and I could bring in, say, 20 mics from my console and Cubase. Unfortunately, the converters cause different latencies during processing. On some channels are out of phase, and some are in phase when I monitor them through the console before I hit the converters. The question is, how can I adjust time delays for several converters or channels, inputs, outputs within Cubase? All right, so if your converters, Cubase is always looking for the latency coming from the audio interface, but there are times when converters will have different latencies. The only way to really do this is, record a signal, like a hand clap between the two converters, and you'll have to measure like the space between the two. So if we just come over here, you look at your hand clap. So let's say if I duplicate this track and we notice that this is ever so slightly different, what you could do now is come say, okay, the start of this file, I'll take my grid off, get a nice healthy transient, and we could say, okay, the space between these, we're going to change our master time here to samples. Is going to be 848 samples or whatever the time is, and then you're going to have to manually adjust those tracks. So Cubase is expecting it all to come in at the same time. If the converters are processing the conversion stages at different times, you'll have to manually adjust it within Cubase. All right, so with that, we are out of time. I want to thank everyone for all the wonderful questions. And if you've learned something new, make sure you hit the like button. And with that, we will go ahead and wrap up, and we'll be back on Tuesday starting at 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern. Everyone, please stay safe and healthy. Have a great weekend. Goodbye.